Yeah, he's in the meeting right now. Okay, I'll call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions? Somebody move the agenda. Keith is moving the agenda. Vote. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Michelle's moving the minutes. Everybody read them over? Good with them? Vote. That's carried. 5.1. Geraldine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 5.1, Bylaw 2023-14, Land Use Amendment, southeast of 3111-5, west of the 4th. It's on page 25. The recommended motion is that council moves first reading of the bylaw. If it is successful, then it would go to public hearing.
Either one? Both had their hands up. One has his mouth full of cookie, though. So we'll go with Blaine so he can talk about the motion.
I'll make a motion to.
First reading.
For first reading.
Have first reading of the bylaw, of the reclassification of the land.
Any questions on this or comments? Keith?
So, looking at the diagram, is there, it looks to me like there's a proposed road change there. Is that correct? Planned in the future sometime?
That's a bypass that is scheduled to go around.
That's part of the bypass?
Correct.
Okay.
That
100-year plan.
150 to 200-year plan. One more left extends instead.
Okay.
Any other questions on it, or?
Well, I was just wondering the time frame because I thought if we needed to be concerned about it, we should talk about it, that's all.
Mr. Chairman, so the public hearing will flush those type of questions out. So for sure, like when all those questions are very important. So remember to ask those during for the applicant and for the planning team. Yeah, very important questions.
Go ahead, Shane.
Well, I guess we can ask it at the public hearing because, yeah. Okay.
Again, this is one of those things where we let everybody come in and say their piece. If we decide at that time we don't want to do it, then we can shut it. But everybody should get a chance to speak towards what they want to do. Any other questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Give you a second to get set up, or are you good? 6.1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 6.1, the financial update. It is on page 31. The recommended motion that council receive the May 2023 operating financial update as information. Do you have any questions?
Lloyd's moving this one. Do you have any questions, Lloyd? Anybody else have any questions or comments? Oh, sorry, Shane, go ahead.
I'm really curious, for an old fellow like me, accounts payable listing, page 52. South Country Co-op. Can somebody explain to me what aspen fuel is? Is that to grow aspen trees or what?
Through the chair, that's a fuel that that they sell that doesn't gel up, and then they use it in their. What he said.
What?
It's molecularly bonded fuel that doesn't break down over time. It's got a 9-year shelf life on it, And we use it in our small engines on the fire department, and I believe the public works crews do as well.
There, now I know what Aspen fuel is. Sorry, I didn't know what it was.
Yep, no, makes sense. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote? It's carried. You see, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, eh? 7, Tara Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 57 is the CAO report. The recommended motion that council approve the CAO report as presented. Do you have any questions?
Q. Michelle? Moving the report, has a question.
Yeah, I'll do both of those things. That dispute resolution training, are you in tune with your breath? What's that? That sounds interesting to me.
So it was actually very interesting. So I'm part of the Alternative Dispute Resolution group, and it was a webinar over lunch, and it talks about understanding breathing techniques, working with your team. If you have I know it's, I mean, you may think it's hokey pokey, but some people might, but you know, anxiety can be reduced, focus can be improved. It's an excellent way to be in tune with yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
Shane?
Page 62. Sunrise parking lot surveyed and designed. Where is the Sunrise Park parking lot?
Dunmore,
Just
right behind.
across the
That's
way.
one we approved.
Sunshine Park?
Sunshine, but this is Sunrise. Okay, now I know where that is. Thank you. Had me confused there.
Blaine?
I have one for Ken and Public Works. Just kind of wondering where we were at with the Bull Trail. I've had a few calls on what's going on there.
Through the chair, we have it scheduled to do some repairs at the top of the hill. We're looking at these repairs a little more in depth this time and digging out some repairs properly and putting some backfill compaction into these ones that are coming back year to year. As far as the scheduled upgrade to the entire road, it's still in the plans and it's getting designed right now and getting finalized, but that may take a couple months yet to get that. But we're bringing that to council as a ready project in the future for an upgrade.
Okay, so that'll be prepared for the fall for October budget to go into 2024.
If all things with land and environmental and all the things that hold back a project, yes, we're getting an early start on it now to make sure all those red flags are looked after.
Okay, perfect.
The
Thanks, Ken.
environmental was the holdup on that one, wasn't it?
And also the realignment.
Yeah.
And the realignment, that was a big determination on what would be best.
Shane?
Also for Public Works, as reading. So how long did the city hold us up with the power poles?
Through the chair, it's probably been a couple weeks now. The process has started about a month ago. I have emails into the department head on why the delays are happening and why the project is being held up, but I haven't got a response yet. So, but they're doing as much as they can in the field, our contractor, to work around the issue and to keep moving ahead without delay. But it's getting close to that, and that's why I wanted to bring that point up in the report.
Get after them.
Any other comments? Questions? Not seeing any? Michelle's moving the report. Vote. That's carried. Reeve and council reports. The only thing I have to add to that is Monday, Kim and I did a meeting on, we all voted back in January for that grant money the city was in a rush. Remember I sent out the email and we sent a letter in support. So that grant funding has gone through for the region, and it's just in the process of, okay, it's gone through. What are the steps are we gonna do? How's it gonna go? And that's where we're at with it. Kim, do you wanna elaborate any more on that?
Yeah, through the chair. So they're just working on doing an RFP so that they can send it out. And so they were wondering what were the criterias, and so that's what that meeting was really about, was getting everybody's input and also external organizations' input.
The grant funding that came back was $200,000. They applied for $463,000. They came back at $200,000, but it's only 50%. They have to match. The city isn't asking for any money at this time. If we wanted to, we could donate a portion of it, but the city is paying the other $200,000 to get this project off the ground. So the $400,000 for the first year is all covered by grant money and by the city. And once things come forward there, and if we have any projects we're gonna do, then we'll, at that point, be looking at how are we gonna fund it? Is it gonna be grant funded? Is it gonna be asked by the counties? So when I say counties, 40 Mile was there, Foremost, Redcliffe, Bow Island, us, and Medicine Hat. So that's the area that was involved in this. It's a little smaller than the original Verge area, right?
Yeah, through the chair, and they also recognize that they were one of the reasons why came in the ebb and flow with economic development. The city recognized that they're one of the reasons why it's as a group, it's came and gone a couple times, and they're just trying to build faith back into that, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, they recognize they pulled out on the last two economic development things that were going on, and that's what cratered them. So they're trying to right or wrong and get this back up and going for the region. So it was a positive, kind of a little bit of I think when you got mayors like Dwight that are there and have seen all that happen before, he's kind of like, is this smoking games or what is it? But they're kicking in the first 200,000 to get it going, so that's a positive start. That's all I had to add, other than my report. So Dustin, you want to start?
I can. I actually really don't have a bunch to talk about. Few road complaints throughout the little bit of rain that we've got here, which I've forwarded on to Public Works, and they've addressed. I sat in on the hearing for the 879L power line this morning through the AUC, so that's in progress right now, and that's all I have.
Michelle?
I haven't done a whole bunch either. Since last council meeting, we did the Citizen of the Year award banquet. I was at that, and there was a good turnout, and that facility is just a great place to hold things like that. MPC, and today, yeah, that was it. Other than that, I just worked.
Keith?
So just since the last council meeting, went to the awards evening. Enjoyed that. Great food, great facility, and look forward to whatever's happening there in the future. So other than that, nothing.
Shane?
Yeah, not too much. Attended the awards, the Citizen of the Year award ceremony, and the volunteer get together appreciation deal at the Dunmore at that new center, which was nice. I got busy. I could not attend the Highway 3 twinning meeting, but I really think they're looking at which direction to go now, because the government has gave a commitment to twinning it, so our lobbying might be done for now, and so I missed that. I'm waiting to get the minutes from what happened at it. And that's about it.
Thank you. Blaine?
I also was kind of slow the last couple weeks since our last meeting. I know the library, the resource center is moving along with great progress. The walls are all up right now, and we'll get more of a report from John here shortly. Couple calls about same thing, roads, the Bull Trail, which we've addressed earlier, and that's about all I have.
Thank you. Robin?
Just addressing a couple of calls, concerns with regards to roadside ditch mowing. Ken's done a great job in handling those. Other than that, it's been pretty busy outside of council stuff.
Mr. Want?
Thank you.
Sir?
Attended the awards dinner too. Had lots of phone calls the last couple of weeks and they've all been really good. I got one or a neighbor called me and I had to go over and see him. Anyways, he wanted me to address one of the employees, Mr. Bodine, that dropped off a roller at his place. He said he was very professional, polite, courteous, and he explained it in a way that he could understand it. And he said it's nice to deal with somebody like that. So he wanted me to bring it up and let you know. So then I had a rancher call me this morning about some road conditions and the staff's looking after it. And then he also wanted me to thank our staff for helping him. He has got a meeting coming up with Justin, our new MLA here, about the 41. He's still quite active in getting things done there. So he said he would be calling us later and letting us know how he made out. Won't be until after the 20th though.
Thank you. I'm going to add one thing. I forgot to bring the paper in. I got an email from Hutterite Colony on thanking council for having Rebecca as the RCMP liaison for them. She's showing up there. The little guys in the school and that don't even know what an RCMP is. So for her to show up and go through and explain everything and spend time out there, she actually went back and was there for their Christmas party and stuff. So they're very thankful that she's out there and being the liaison for Cypress County. Shane?
I forgot one thing too. I got a phone call. It was quite funny. He wanted to know what we're giving our grader operators because he witnessed something that he'd never ever seen before, and it was a compliment. He said the grader come up to the Texas gate and the grader stopped. The grader man got out with his shovel and shoveled in along the edges instead of using the blade. So he was wondering what happened. It was nice to see, but he said hats off to the grader guys.
Well, that's a different one. We get a lot of praises today. Usually we're getting something chewed off.
Grader man that's going to get a hero cookie later.
All right, any other comments? Dustin, you want to move them? Vote. Carried. All right, John is here, so we can go right over to him. If you're ready, you're good.
So, Mr. Chairman, so John is our project manager on the Urban Community Resource Center project. He works directly with the contractor Midwest, does the progress payments, ensures that those are appropriate. He ensures that timelines are met. And so what he has done today is taken some awesome pictures, because not everybody can go out and see it. And so he's forwarded those and just for you to,
You can look ahead, John.
because we got ones here too. They're all over the place.
In front of you, there's a button there for, it'll turn your, there you go.
Yeah. So thanks for your time. Just a brief summary, I guess. So as of yesterday afternoon, there'll be a picture that comes up that shows all the exterior walls are up. The guys will be working on the canopy to tie the canopy in at the same time, and then work on the roof as well. Their intent, one of the items that's been brought up, I guess, because we're blocking a little bit of the road because of the trusses are on site and they're just, the site is small there, right, that picture there. As soon as those trusses are out of the way, we'll clean that road up and tighten the parking up again. I know there was another complaint or a couple of complaints about one way or one lane of traffic going through the street. I did comment to Midwest yesterday about just keeping the vehicles and the equipment tight as best as they can, and if they have to, if they can park on over where the other library is, just to kind of keep the flow of traffic available to the locals there. We haven't had too many issues with the local people on our side of things. We had a couple complaints about traffic, of course. We had a few complaints about noise when they were excavating backfilling, because backfilling requires some compaction, and that was rattling china off the cabinets or whatever, but that is construction, and we tried to keep it as minimal as possible. Had concern about site drainage brought up, and we're just finalizing that as well. That picture right there shows the biggest concern of site drainage, which we've come up with the best and most cost-effective solution to remediate the water to drain either to the back alley or to the front street. We don't want to, the intent is not putting any water onto the adjoining neighbor's property. I did have a chat with the neighbor. It's got to be a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. We were just, I guess, trying to keep him in the loop as to what's happening beside that fence. Because we don't really want to touch that fence right now. Maybe in a few years you may want to, but I don't want to. He was very positive about the conversation we had. He said, and he thanked me for the information, and yeah, just a nice, polite conversation. We haven't had any issues on site, because it is fenced off for security and safety. No issues inside the property there. I guess on the whole, the locals have been fairly nice about it, I guess. Or maybe they just don't like me and they kind of stay away from me. I don't know. Could be the height.
Could be the height.
Some of the other things, so we've got the playground equipment. We've got that down to the needs, and that's been on order. The anticipated install is about mid-September, with the idea that that's going to be able to be used by the end of the year. So if the locals want to use it, then it's great. Furniture for inside has been ordered with a December delivery date. There's a few ongoing things, I guess, that we're working on right now. We're just finalizing the final grade elevations for the site. We're working with Fortis to get the electrical service brought in a timely manner for the construction to continue. And that's actually about all. If you have any questions, I'll try to answer them as best as I can.
Does anybody got any questions? Shane?
Are we on schedule?
We started a little bit late because of just the design of the building took a little bit longer, and to get the permit, but we will be complete by the end of the year. That's the intent, and I've been drilling that right now. The framing has actually about a week early, so we're trying to make up some time. They're fairly confident that they're going to make up some more time as the project progresses, so, which is good.
Blaine?
I was just going to make a couple comments. I've had some interest in helping out with some of the trees when we get to that point, as far as donations and that kind of thing. So that sounds pretty positive, as well as, some interest in helping out with some of the interior workings with the shelvings and stuff.
Nice.
So that sounds pretty positive. I guess when it comes to the trees and the grass, I think we're looking at probably more spring, are we not? Just till we get the landscaping done.
So the landscaping, theoretically, we want to have that done as well. We talked about hydroseeding, or that's what they allowed for hydroseeding, but the idea of if that park is going to be open in December or January, hydroseeding doesn't work. They'll end up damaging that more walking through there, and in the springtime it gets really mucky. they'll do more damage. So we actually gave them a change order to change to sod. So the sod will be set on and it'll be ready to go with the minimum amount of damage to the grounds.
Well, that was actually better than, didn't we discover when we did that the sod was cheaper to actually do than the hydro seeding? Because of the amount of water you gotta put on it? That's good. So those trees were really bad. Can you go back to that one tree?
So one of the majority of the trees actually had the hollow spots in there. There was one picture there, so there's a few pictures actually that shows the shape, the shape of the trees. Actually, that other picture before, that one there. So there was a lady there in a white hard hat. When the trees came down, she spent the whole day with me on site, and we had periodic times where she would go in and just inspect the branches or to see if there was any species that were I guess nesting or attempting to nest in the area of those trees. She spent the whole day there and really didn't find anything. She was actually amazed at the lack of quality of those trees, the shape they were in, that they hadn't fallen over earlier. Yesterday in that strong wind, one of the branches actually of the tree that was left actually fell down, and it was kind of, you could see there's some damage in that tree as well. So I'm hoping when we pruned it up, that they've taken some weight off the branches, and that the trees actually, if you haven't been out there, the tree actually doesn't look so bad. It looks like it's got some life to it, but I just hope it's gonna stay alive, because it does have some age. It does show its age as well.
Is that the one on the corner of the building that could come down on the building now?
No, it's actually
That one there?
that one right there.
Okay.
Yeah. No, with if that tree fell, I think it would just miss the building. Yeah.
Any other questions?
The one comment if I could make personally, I actually take my hat off to you guys for the strain and struggles that you've had on this project. You've handled it, as far as I'm concerned, you've handled it very well in a very professional manner. And those people over there and Kim, they've taken, well, probably Steve as well, taken a lot of heat, and I appreciate what you guys bring to the table, to this project, and I would assume you bring that to every project for the county. Can't say enough for you.
We've got a very good staff here.
Yeah,
And
you do.
council.
You do.
Did you bury the guy when you backfilled there or what?
It was actually that front corner, there was something, like when they were digging, there was always talk about the rumor that somebody had lost whatever, and they'd buried a safe with $100,000 in it. And it was in that front corner that actually we found I think it was just a dump site where they dug a hole and threw a bunch of concrete and a bunch of bricks in or whatever. We had to deal with that, but the guy came the next morning, he said, "Did you find that safe?" I said, "It's gone already. It's okay. Don't worry about it." Yeah. No, it didn't really find anything. There was a lot of, when they dug the foundation on the tree side, there was a lot of like heavy branches that were like 3 feet in the ground going through the excavation that they had to clean up and do a little extra remedial work in the concrete footings so that it bridges effectively when those roots actually die off, that it doesn't create any issues.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the update on it.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it. Go ahead, Shane.
I'd just like to make another comment to staff, if we could put all them pictures on our website so people can see what that tree really looked like and the progress of what's going on there. I think it would just help.
I do have a million pictures already, and I just tried to pick out the ones that are pertinent, that kind of keep the positive side of this project, because the negative comes out quick enough.
Yep.
I will give Terrell-Lynn the whole gamut of pictures, maybe a couple of times throughout the project as it's going, and then she can decide what to put on.
Perfect.
That tree is bad.
Yeah.
It would be, I think, advantageous for us to have that on the website so people can actually see that the trees are not good.
It was a good choice. Keith?
Is there, I'll direct my question to you, is there a way of like I know when they're testing power poles, they bore in to see if there's rot inside the power pole. Is there a way of doing that with a live tree?
I'm not an arborist, so I couldn't tell you. There's some trees, like I know the biologist, she said that typically there are a lot of trees and more poplar than other types of trees. They'll be hollow inside, but it doesn't necessarily mean the tree is dead, but it is on its way to the old folks home, right? But it's tough. Once you start burrowing holes and you're creating, I guess, opportunities for insects and other stuff to bore in too easy.
Yep. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, we'll let you go this time.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, John. Thank you. Okay. 9.1, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cypress County Library Board budget, it's on page 73. It's a two-part motion that council received the information for the 2022 Cypress County Library Board Statement of Receipts and Disbursement, and that council approved the 2023 Cypress County budget as presented. Steve has been working on this. Is there further comments you would like to share?
No, it's just reiterate that we've worked with the chair and another member of the board just to take a look at things. We've provided a few recommendations for 2024, but and this year we hope to receive these a little bit earlier so council can have the right numbers for their budget. This one came a little bit late, but they came in at the numbers that council had approved in their budget, so everything's good to go.
Does everyone understand that, how that system works? So like there's Cypress County, and then back in 2016, 2017, bylaw was passed with the Cypress County Library Board. So they have their own legislation, and they work with the province, Shortgrass, us, and they're somewhat an autonomous being that has council representation and public at large on it. And then there is community library boards, like the Graham, Redcliffe, Irvin, and so, and then also too, there's funds that are dispersed to Redcliffe and into the city of Medicine Hat. So it's an interesting dynamic how it works out, because Shoregrass, so the municipal levy comes to the municipality, and then the materials levy goes to the Cypress County Board. So it's sometimes it's an interesting kind of dynamic how it all works. So if you ever have questions on it, please ask, and we will do our level best to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Blaine's going to move the first part of this motion.
1 second.
Is there any questions or comments on it?
I'll just reiterate Carolyn's comments that now that it's all set out here, if anybody has questions on where everything goes, I mean, I can try to help, and Carolyn and Stephen can help where all this money gets dispersed to.
I know it's always been a roadmap with this on how it all works, so yeah. I trust you guys. I don't want to get into that roadmap.
And when I commented that we had made some recommendations to the board, it is very complex. Like Carolyn said, there's the library system, there's the Cypress County Library Board, which is in fact a separate organization from the county, and then there's the community boards, right? But there's also two different funding streams. They get funding from municipalities, but there's also a provincial grant funding. So there's a lot of moving pieces and there's a lot of complexity. So some of the recommendations that I made back to the board this year were to streamline as much as possible to make it, to take some complexities out of it and to make it as streamlined as possible. Carolyn mentioned that there's two different levies from the shortgrass system. There's a materials levy, so that's for hard books. And there's also a levy for operating or membership fee. And the operating membership, those are used interchangeably. So the membership operating levy will come to the county. But when the county pays that bill, it's not truly representative of the scale of work that the Cypress County Library Board is doing. Right, so I suggested, I recommended to the board that they carry all of those levies and that we would make one payment through the board so it can truly represent the scale and the budget that they're utilizing in the work that they're doing that year.
Makes sense. Yep. Okay, any other questions or comments? Blaine made the motion for the first part. Vote. Mr. Watt?
Lloyd, you paying attention down there, little fella?
That's carried. Somebody want to make, Michelle's gonna, oh, I had everybody a stereo there. Michelle's making the second one. Any questions or comments? Vote. That's carried. 9.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 95, residential lots in Irvin, the recommended motion that council direct administration to bring back a plan for residential development for the north side of the county lands located on the west side of the hamlet of Irvin. Councillor Brose requested a future plan for residential lots in Irvin be brought forward for council's consideration.
Blaine? Any question or comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment on that. I think there's been, there's been some expressed interest of some need for some more residential lots in the town of Irvin, and we have some partial, or we have some infrastructure there, and I think we need to come up with a plan on doing some development there. So, yeah, so we can get the administration to bring back a plan and a cost of how this is all going to take place. That'd be great.
You making that motion now?
I will make that motion, yes.
Any questions or comments on that? Shane?
Yeah, through the chair to our staff. We had somebody who was looking at moving a house in at one point into that area. Whatever happened?
So in discussions with the individual, they were looking at the lot price was more than they were willing to go forth with at that time. So that's we're hoping for it to be significantly less. But they're open to looking at infill, so providing that information to them.
And I just want to re-jog my memory. We have to do, for residential lots, there has to be some infrastructure redone on water and sewer in there, correct? Or,
So there was some studies that were performed, I think there was 2 or 3, that were evaluated the infrastructure because it was put in the 70s. However, looking at like the two, the north, like between on the north side there, preliminary evaluation is that the current infrastructure could they could use that infrastructure. However, with this plan, we would further evaluate to ensure that it can. And because there's that sewer line goes to the house there on the west side. One of the significant things that would have to be updated is the road. It's kind of like a private driveway right now, so it would need to have some love and need to be updated. So that would be part of the plan to bring back all those numbers and a suggested recommended cost per lot.
Any other questions? Or Keith?
So, in talking about the water, the sewer, you said we could use what's there. Does that account for future growth? Or is that just kind of maintain what we have?
So when we looked at it, it was just very preliminary, and that's what the plan will do is evaluate that. The the studies that were done before suggested that the whole underground needed to be done for future growth. However, we'll further evaluate that and bring back recommendations to you guys.
Okay, any other questions? Vote. Carried. 9.3, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 7 persons multi-use building update. It's on page 98. The recommended motion that Council Direct Administration will work with Colliers Project leaders and Richards Consulting for the evaluation of a precast concrete construction over traditional stick build for the 7 persons multi-use building at the cost of $3,500, and that's within the project budget. Kim has been working on this, and I believe he got some information this morning, and I think he can further the discussion on looking at stick-built versus a concrete cast. And I have not had experience with concrete cast, and so through the working with, Pitcher Butte did a fire hall with concrete cast, and they were very pleased with the product that they have. So Kim's been working on that and further evaluating that. If, Mr. Chairman, if that would be okay, he could share.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, through the chair. So I contacted the Picture Butte Fire Chief and the town CAO, and just to see what they thought of the product, and they were very happy with the way it went, that they moved forward and they did their swimming pool this spring. So because it can be built so fast, they moved forward with it. So, and so they let me know of the architect, so I contacted the architect, and he had nothing but positive things to say. The architect, not our architect, but the architect for the Picture Butte project. And he was very impressed with the new factory in Fort Macleod that makes the panels. And so they contacted the manufacturer in Fort Macleod that made the panels, and this morning they sent me these rendition drawings of what it would look like in precast. They also confirmed that red brick, they actually had enough to do exactly what's posted in here. Normally it's anywhere from a 35 to a 52-week turnaround, but they would have enough to do this project, and it would meet our timelines. And so what the motion was to do an impact on the energy efficiencies. Talking to the architect, they're very similar, because you can set the panel size inside the sandwich of the concrete, so you can have a 3-inch panel, 4-inch panel, 5-inch panel, and but they had nothing but positive things to say. So yeah, and then the drawings were kind of a rendition with the red brick. We didn't currently we have it as a metal facade.
Any comments? Dustin and then Shane.
To Kim, what do you figure the cost difference would be? I mean, I know you got to put it out for tender, but just roughly.
It's right here.
Yeah, 111,000 is what the contractor said that it would cost us additionally to go with the concrete structure.
Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Yeah, so this RFD is just to bring back if council sees that they want more information, because what I couldn't get is the energy efficiencies ratings. They did send over the energy efficiency ratings because they did this for Picture Butte, so I did evaluate Picture Butte's from the stick build to the concrete, and it was less than 8% difference in energy efficiencies. But then I think they said that it adds about 30 to 35 years of life expectancy on the fire hall.
That's what I was just gonna say, the life expectancy is where you're gonna make up because this fire hall in 30 years is gonna be worth $4.5 million.
Yep.
Dustin?
Yep, and that's essentially what I was going to speak on. I think the length of the building's longevity speaks for the extra money altogether 100 times over, so I think it's a completely worth looking at it anyways, so I'll move number 1 there.
Just evaluate, okay. Michelle?
The timelines to build it, like it's less than half of the time it would be for a regular construction?
Yeah, once they're on site, it's, so it's like a 3.5 to 4 month for stick built just to get the frame, and they'll have it done in 4.5 days.
Well, you pay for it in the concrete, but
Yeah, but
it's just timelines. We will make the year-end timeline if we go this way. Any other questions?
And just to even stick built though, they will make, as long as the decision is made by the middle of July, they will meet all the timelines.
We will.
So, yeah, so that was discussed, that it still will. So we're okay. Just need to, by the middle of July, first part of July, a decision needs to be made.
Keith?
Yeah, just looking at the picture there, I really like the red accent. That adds a touch of class as far as I'm concerned.
Especially in the area that it'll be constructed, facing the highway and right next to the community building, I think it would look really sharp.
Hang a drop sheet behind there.
No, that would be dust blowing.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any more questions? Vote. That's carried. All right, we will take a 5-minute break. No, somebody cut her cigarettes in half.
We'll take an 8-minute break.
Sorry.
So I have a question going back to that little land development.
just before these gentlemen take over, we're all going to get in front here and they're going to do a presentation to us with a shovel and a helmet. That's for Shane.
Nope.
I was gonna say, don't leave that laying around.
I'm not gonna dig a very deep hole with that one, so I'm not too concerned.
So when they had the, kind of groundbreaking ceremony for the Horsefly Spillway project, we gave each of our municipal partners a shovel and a hard hat, and the one disappeared before we were able to give it to them. So on behalf of the committee, we just want to give this as.
Put the hard hat on.
Come on, Rick, you're here.
Look what you guys have done, Michelle. Take time already. Thank you.
I live off of that one, I got to deal with Shane. All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours. Yeah, just, there you go.
Well, thank you very much for allowing us to come visit your council today and to give you an update on the Horsefly Regional Spillway project and the regional drainage project that we've been working on for the past 10 or 11 years. And I've asked Gary just to kind of lead the discussion today. I don't know if you know everybody. Gary Franz, former chair of SMRID. Merrill Harris, Reeve of the MD of Tabor. We're co-chairs of the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee. Arliss Crofts, our CAO from the MD of Tabor, and Jack Dunsmore, who is the project lead for the Stormwater Committee, who has been an MD employee for a number of years, and we've retired him a couple of times, and he keeps agreeing to come back and work for us. So today, the purpose of today is just to update you and your council on the project and the stormwater management plan that we have for Southern Alberta.
Yeah, so since this, 11 years ago, so I look through council and I see a lot of new faces, so, it's time we get a good update here on the project, and any questions we can feel free to ask away, and we'll try to answer them. So this project, it has 7 projects altogether, and we 3 of them directly kind of affect Cypress County. We did finish the Sauter Spillway last year, and that would be right on the county line, so that waters from the SM Main Canal would be diverted before it would work its way across to Murray Lake and then eventually come through King Coulee on the Seven Persons Creek. So we have that that one finished, and then we've also, SM had also taken over the Chin Reservoir expansion. So we had some funding for both of those projects come from the provincial government, 30%, and then SM put in 20, and then the federal government had a 35-year loan at 1% interest. So we took that to get those projects done. So those 2 are, we won't be getting contributions. SM will have done them on their own type thing. So, so 3 of the projects, or two of the projects are pretty much taken care of the 7. And then we are working on the Horsefly Spillway now. And they've got the first phase of that. They started on last winter, and they're working through the summer, and they'll finish that next winter on the first phase. And the second phase of that is in design. So maybe what do we got next there? I guess maybe I should just explain a little bit while that's up there. Murray Reservoir expansion would be one of the three that, actually that whole side, Sauter was, and Murray Reservoir will affect Seven Persons Creek also, and also Paradise Dam. If you know where Paradise Creek is, it comes in and eventually hits Seven Persons Creek also. So it also affects the safety of Seven Persons Creek. Not sure, I know Dustin would have been around in 2010 when we had the floods come down Seven Persons Creek. It was pretty serious, and we had to have discussions with the county on and talking to citizens along that creek, and the Seven Persons has a little dam there, and it kind of eroded away, and it would have come through too. Compounding that was Paradise Creek above it. Some dams blew up there, and as one took one out, it would take the next and the next and the next, and then that water hit Seven Persons Creek at the same time. So we have to keep safety on Murray Reservoir, so we have to let waters go when we don't want to compromise that dam. So we had to do that at the same time Paradise Creek let go. So there was some damage done along that Seven Persons Creek, and there's 3 golf courses along there too, and they would have suffered some damage and stuff, and along with the houses by, yeah.
I was just going to ask that, Gary. I married a girl in Seven Persons from the irrigation, but I don't understand the water as much still yet. And I was wondering about, so that Sauter spillway that you said is completed now and everything, so that obviously helps the flow going down the Seven Persons Creek, because I thought it was really running pretty high on Sunday. I was down, actually golfed at the par 3 golf course, and noticed it was really running good. So that really helps the flow of that then by doing that project.
Right, yeah. Yeah, and the other thing that's happening along with that is we're putting pipelines in all over. There's a big project going in this winter by the Wholesome Road, and that will all tie back up to the main canal, which goes over to Murray Lake. So a lot of that drainage right now is hitting 40 Mile Coulee, or 9 Mile Coulee, and eventually getting to Seven Persons Creek also. So that will help. A lot of that drainage water will be alleviated from Seven Persons Creek. Wonder if this would be a good time. Can we get to that map that I was been involved with drainage in the area since Cypress County had a Cypress County watershed group, and then it changed into CWA when CWA came along. But there's an excerpt out of the CWA magazine. It's not a magazine. It's the State of the Watershed. So this is just a clip that I brought, but the next page up shows a map. That is the drainage basin of Seven Persons Creek right there. So when you follow, right in the middle is Murray Dam right there. But when you follow the water up, and if you come down just a little bit with your pointer, you'll hit the Pagan Creek. And the Pagan actually comes out of the backside of Cypress Hills. And a lot of people don't know that actually affects that water. You'll see in the middle there's the Bull's Head, and that comes out over by the concrete outfit Lafarge. That's where it goes. But everything on the other side of that comes into Seven Persons Creek. There's a little ridge there. You can see a bunch of little, just east of Murray Lake. You can bring your pointer straight down. Right there. That's the Paradise. And that Paradise Valley, all it, come down somewhere up, or. Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, yeah, that's probably better. Is it gonna go?
It's up on the roof.
Okay.
There you go.
How come I can't see it? Stupid glasses. Anyway, you see all those ridges there above or below that. Okay, let's see if this one works. Okay, these here, this is the Paradise Valley. So this all comes in and it hits Seven Persons right about there, right behind the old Seven Persons graveyard, basically. That's where, by the hay plant, that's where it enters in. So this kind of just shows you the amount of water. And as you follow it up this way, this is, it doesn't show it here, but this is 40 Mile Lake right here. So the backside of the 40 Mile drains that way. And then this is all the way, out to Foremost. This valley can run this way. So that whole basin can come that way. If yeah, it would run east, and there are ridges here that would hold water. It'd take substantial water to get that to go, but it does all drain into Seven Persons Creek there. So that comes right through the middle of your irrigation corridor, and then it also goes kind of through some of your developments along the 120, the housing along there, and in through Desert Bloom, Cottonwood, Paradise Creek, or Paradise Valley. All those get hit with that same water through King Coulee and then out the other side. So just to kind of give you an idea on how important that drainage basin is to that area, I guess. So when I jump back then to Murray Lake expansion, the numbers were pretty close to double the size, so that would help. And then Paradise Creek Dry Dam also would be helpful in alleviating flood bursts through Seven Persons Creek. So again, we've got one in your area done. Sauter Spillway was a pretty important project. That whole canal then from Rattlesnake over to Murray is protected from having to put water in there on a flood event. So, so yeah, these costs were 2018 numbers, so we all know where things have gone from there. So, this is the list of projects.
Shane?
Gary, what is the Sherburne Spillway and Reservoir Expansion? Where exactly is that?
Sherburne is Grassy Lake. Yeah, so that's
Just southwest of Grassy Lake.
Yeah.
There.
So that's just before it hits 40 Mile Dam. So that would be another spot to potentially stuff water into on a flood event. And if I just go back a bit, like 2010, we had this flood. 2011, we had a flood up in Lethbridge, where we had over $3 million of damage done to the canal. 2013, I think we had another flood come through. Trying to remember where that one was. That one was south of Lethbridge. That one was a little more south, but that also. And then one big one that we had was 2018. 2018's the runoff was from Tabor, basically down to Sauter. We had trouble. A lot of the canals were full yet when that let go. We had some big big potential runoff events. The canals were, you know, that 40 mile, if you go to 40 Mile, you'll see that's a pretty big canal, and that was topping in places. So we had, at one time, SM had 40 excavators up on that bank trying to fish out the ice and get that water flowing. So that 40 Mile dam, at that time, we went 2 meters above full FSL. So, you know, it was a substantial amount of water. And then we also had to open up the main canal down to Sauter Spillway because that was our only spillway for the whole district. So that was, it was quite a event at that time. And I guess what it says is you don't know where your next flood's going to be. So the more of these projects we can get done, the better it is for the safety of that main canal, which is our, you know, basically the main artery of the project. You know, we all figure out on years like this how important water is to the area, you know, and the economy. But it's when it's taxed like that, it really makes you want to jump in and do something to help out. So unfortunately, floods are always a big event at the time, but when it gets dry like this, nobody thinks about it.
Make a comment, Gary. So this will help in those midwinter Chinooks you get and fill things up, and then that'll help you divert water for spring, because the trouble with those midwinter ones, and I mean, I get them at home on a little tiny scale, and then they freeze before the water can actually get to where it needs to go, and then this will help. I'm assuming this will help you mitigate those risks come later on in the spring. Is that right? Like these other spillways?
And that brings me back to that, why I brought that map up. This spring we knew there was, Cypress Hills had it was, what was it? It was like a 99% more than normal snowpack. Like it was substantial. So we knew there was an issue there. It started running and we left Murray low, like we do that every year. And we had to bail out the main canal that runs south of the 120, basically on that side, and it comes into the Bull's Head, and then it drains around by Lafarge and around the backside of the city. But that water was running in May already because Murray Lake was coming, and it was all coming out of that pagan that I showed you there. So, you know, it's like you say, you don't know when this water's coming either, but it's coming before we're even starting, you know, and you got to have these drainage pockets to put that, to absorb that risk, I guess, you know, to the system. So, you know, if that main canal or something would happen to Murray, that would greatly affect Medicine Hat. Like, you know, the ag industry would be devastated on that side of, you know, and quite honestly, probably devastated even up to Sauter, because we can't run water to something that's broken. So that whole system would be shut down all the way to Rattlesnake, sort of thing. So you know, again, you don't know where these floods are going to be, but I guess I'm just trying to drive home the importance of drainage, you know. And when I first got on the board 14 years ago, my manager at that time at SM said, we're not in the drainage business, and I took offense to that. You know, as much as irrigation is helpful at times, you've got to be able to control that water to make it helpful. And when it becomes a problem, we've got to be able to control that too. So anyway.
As Gary has said, there's been different events. There's some events down your way, some events up our way that have caused overland flooding. And the Horsefly project, basically, at where it comes out of the main canal and diverts into Horsefly Spillway, we're able to take about half the amount of water that's in the canal. If the canal was running right full at that point in time, we could take half that water out of the canal and divert it down through Horsefly Lake, through Tabor Lake, and back into the river system. That way, further down from the diversion, SMRID is able to accept more water, more drainage off of land, and able to handle that volume of water. And the Horsefly project was picked as the first one because it's the closest place there is on the canal system back to be able to drain water back into the river system. So that was really the reason that that one was chosen first. And the other projects, we're hoping to keep our committee together, working together, and working to get all 7 of the projects done. As Gary has said, SMRID has taken on 2 of the projects themselves, the expansion of Chin Reservoir and the Sauter Spillway. And the Sauter Spillway does basically the same thing as the Horsefly one does. It takes water out of the canal system so that further down from the Sauter Spillway, more water can be accepted off of land, drainage water can be accepted off the land. One of the next slides shows who's actually part of the committee at this point in time. The MD of Tabor County, Fort Mile, Cypress County, Coaldale, Town of Coaldale, Village of Foremost, Lethbridge County, Town of Boylan, Town of Tabor, and Village of Barnwell. And they're all part of the committee, and at this present time, I think Terrelyn's part of the committee working on the governance project to formalize the committee, to keep it going, and I don't know if Arlos wants to speak to that, but we're working on a governance model so that this committee will stay together to get all these projects done. And I mean, hasn't really been a definite timeline of when all these projects will get done. I think, it's not going to happen overnight, 10, 20, maybe even 30 years to get all 7 of the projects done. But by formalizing the committee and the governance structure, we're hoping to keep the committee together and get all these projects done, because it's going to benefit everybody along the way, from drainage, but there's a lot of communities that rely on the SMRID main canal for their potable water. Boylan, Tabor, Coaldale, they all get their water, well, Coaldale's from Lethbridge, I shouldn't say. They're getting it from the city of Lethbridge, but the other communities along the way get it from the SMRID main canal. So there's lots of reason to protect that main canal, and we're accepting drainage water, but the purpose of some of these projects is to protect that main canal from a burst. And in 2018, we just about had it down south of Grassy Lake, where Gary said we had 40 high hose out there working to get the snow and ice out of the canal. It was at the top of the canal. And if we were to lose that canal for a season, the impacts on the agriculture industry in southern Alberta is tremendous. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars if the canal was to be down for a season, or even part of a season. So we think the projects are important. 1, to drain water off of agricultural land. 2, to protect that main canal from a blowout.
I think when we were here last and we got the commitment from the county to join this project, it was pretty much, it was said and always remembered that you'd be in, but you want everybody to be in till the end. And that's why, we started that governance exercise. And we've had the first meeting, and we have the second one coming Thursday here, I think. But at the first meeting, flushing out and stuff, we said, we're just doing these 7. So the commitment was to these 7, and no more, risk after that to what you're committing to. But, that was kind of agreed at that first meeting, and it was a good exercise, because, what are we trying to do, and so that was nailed out. But that's what that government's that we're working on, is to try to make sure we keep all these partners together, and that we get this over the finish line, get it finished. So.
And that is this council's biggest fear, is because we're at the end of the road, that everybody else will be gone and then won't get finished off. So I'm glad that there's a system coming into place to protect that. And we got to answer to our ratepayers too, if we're sitting there at the end.
Exactly right. And like I said, that's why it's important that this group stays together to get all these projects done. And that's the intent. That's the intent of the governance structure model, is to solidify who's in, and we're in it for the long haul to get them all done.
Shane?
Yeah, like on your page 10 here, it really opens my eyes on the part in Cypress County, the Murray Reservoir expansion, how it's going to increase the most, just about, storage capacity by 35,000 acre feet. And that's very interesting, and that's a lot of extra storage here at Murray Lake.
Right. And, you know, right now, the SM is working on expansion acres, and there is a cluster on the end of that main canal here, kind of that good ranch in there, that can have substantial, but your council will also know that we're looking at that feasibility study to go to Cavan Lake, you know, and if we can keep that water stored, you know, that makes this area more secure. So some of you might know, like I'm not on the SM board anymore, but my next passion is as I've gone up to those meetings once a month, I could feel the economy speed up, you know, and I really would like to see some ag processing in this area. You know, I think we could do it, and that Murray Lake is a big part of that. You know, you could put a plant, you know, out there. You got water year round type thing, and there are guys looking. You know, we as other like Washington State, you know, they're not allocating any more water. You know, so there's places, there's companies looking, but that's my next, you know, thing is to make sure and that ag corridor reaches all the way to the hat, and you know, with the number 3 twinning and all the rest of that, we want to make sure we're secure on this end, that we have our share of that pie. So.
Any questions?
You had a question there.
Oh, okay.
I think just bringing some clarity to, we talked about the funding of the committee and the commitment of all the partners to see the whole thing through. Do we know the scale of what the commitment we would be making is?
Is the question with respect to the capital contribution or just I guess, the governance structure that solidifies the
Cost.
the partnership? Cost overall?
I think mostly cost, Arlos, and at this time.
Yeah, I think that is generally being discussed as part of the establishment of the governance structure. So as far as cost, we have cost estimates here that have very recently been updated, that like hot off the press updated, so that'll reflect what reality is today. But the aim, I believe, and I feel pretty safe in saying this, the aim of this partnership is to seek the provincial and federal funding for the program, with some matching funds, which I think would be yet to be determined in the future. But the intent is to be an advocacy body as well that seeks out that provincial and federal funding for flood mitigation and resiliency.
And yeah, thank you. It looks like the funding is about, from the committee contributors, I don't know, would it be fair to say 25, 30%? Okay.
Yeah, and that would be fair to say based on the current live project.
Okay. So we could take the remainder of the uncompleted projects and estimate that the group would be paying about a third of that, give or take, and that would be.
I would say yes and no, simply because you look at the Sauter project and you look at the Chin project, and that was funded through the province irrigation districts, and then, well, province and irrigation districts ultimately. So it just depends on the particular project that we're looking at, right? So horsefly, yeah, you're looking at about roughly 70 to 75% funded through the government, provincial and federal, and the rest through participant contribution.
Would it be fair to say we could end up in the neighborhood of 12 million
Total?
total?
For which project?
Everything done, all phases.
I couldn't say.
Okay.
That would be.
Okay. No, fair enough. Another thing that I know council was talking about in this was the potential for increasing irrigation or putting other parcels under water. Is that possible, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's expansion acres all over the county that could, you know, I always say we, but I guess I'm not really part of that anymore, but they had an expansion allocation go out this spring of 15,000, and we were subscribed to 30,000 of that. So there is an interest for sure, you know, in that. the main thing is the water security, and a lot of it comes from these projects that SM does, and we're getting funding for that, and, through that same system of 20, 30, and 50, that we, that whole, that big one at the Wholesome Road there, that all comes through that, and there's water savings, huge water savings on that one particular, because that drainage goes right by my house, so I know exactly what, how much runs there type thing. But yeah, that's the idea is we had an expansion vote of 80,000, and 40 of that would be with the new Chin Dam when it gets built, and we're 2 years along, and a substantial investment into the stages of looking into that and jumping through the hoops of that. But it's not immediate, but it is, it is out there in 10 years type of thing, 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, Les?
So when I'm just looking at the map, and I don't know enough about the project, but could you tell me how this, or if it affects the Old Man and the South Sask, like the return flow, or are any of these projects going to be affecting the river in any way?
Yes, in storm events like the Horsefly Spillway project, if we took half of the water out of the main canal, if the main canal was running full steam, I think it's 110 cubic meters per second, and I think we can take out about 47 cubic meters per second, and that diverts through Horsefly Lake, Tabor Lake, and it will be dumped back in the river. So yes, in a bad flood event, we would be adding back in possibly 47 cubic meters per second back into the Old Man River.
But are any of these projects affecting it now?
No. Well, I should let Gary answer that, because the return flows from the irrigation district. I'm not 100% sure.
Right, and that's the key here is the more pipeline we put in, the more water savings we have, the more farmers put in low pressure pivots, all that water saving. That's where the expansion came from, and we're not using any more of our license, and we're never ever close to using our license. So I think it's more about control, right? If we go to start up the system in spring, and then we get a big rain event, now we've got this main canal running, and we can't stop it, But if you've got another reservoir to go to, it can go into that reservoir. So, the more controls we can put on there, the better we can mitigate any risks as they come, because you don't know what risk is next. The drought, the flood, it can be in the same month. So.
Any other questions?
Just to add to the question over here, the horsefly project, there actually is currently a horsefly spill into the Old Man River, just to answer the question very directly. It's just a lot smaller.
A very small amount of water actually goes right now.
Do you have another question? Keith?
So these spillways, are they just basically canals?
The one that's the Horsefly one, coming out of Tabor Lake right now, it's a canal for the irrigation district, but the structures that we're building onto there will make it in an emergency a spillway, or the canals are going to be enlarged to handle that 47 cubic meters per second. We're we have to go under Highway 3, and the new twin part, we have to upgrade the canals that are under, the structures that are underneath the highway. We also have to go across Highway 36 north of Tabor. Same thing, we'll be putting in newer structures underneath there that can handle the volume. But, and then some MD roads have to be upgraded, the culverts and whatnot underneath the MD roads have to be upgraded. And then it's riprap lined canal structure down into the river. But during the year, there's very little water running down there. It's just going to be in an emergency that they'll be actually used. In 2018, it would have really been nice to have had this built already. For the MD, it would have been nice to have had that built because, like I said, we could have diverted half the water that was running down the main canal down south of Grassy Lake. They wouldn't have had the stress of possibly losing the canal that spring if we had had this project in place in 2018.
I don't know if it was reported back to you this spring, but because of the shortfalls that we had from the city of Medicine Hat and Lethbridge not really joining us yet, the irrigation districts made up that shortfall. We see the value in this, and I was able to talk the board into contribute another $1.5 million to that. Over and above the land purchase and the maintenance of it once it's up and running. So the operations and maintenance of it. So again, we've jumped ahead and done some of these projects because we see the importance of protecting that main canal, and some of this stuff you just can't wait. You take whatever comes along. If a government comes along with an opportunity, we take it and we get this stuff done. So the districts themselves know the importance and are a major player in contributing to these projects.
I guess with that mention there, so has there been a presentation done with those two cities, or have they just been basically contacted through correspondence, or how have you approached those two cities?
The City of Medicine Hat has been part of the committee, I think, right from the beginning, and they have one of their engineers as part of the technical committee. Gary and I and Jack, 18 months ago, we went to the City of Lethbridge. We were received very well by the current mayor of the City of Lethbridge, Mayor Higgin. Prior to that, we were never able to get into the city. Both communities, both cities have said that they've got internal flood mitigation problems that they've got to deal with before they want to join our committee. Mayor Higgin from the city certainly understands how Lethbridge benefits from what happens out in the rural municipalities. But politically, he just said, we can't participate. Can't fund something that's outside of the city limits. And I think Medicine Hat has answered somewhat similar. But we're going to keep working on them. I mean, like I said, at least Medicine Hat has been participating on the committee for 10 years. Lethbridge hasn't. Recently, the Village of Barnwell, the Village of Foremost, a presentation was made at both of those councils, and they both joined and have contributed what they could to the project, and they're part of the committee and will be part of the governance structure once we get that all settled. The question arises at what point in time, if the two cities aren't going to participate, do we not let them participate any longer, like on the technical side? We discussed that this morning on the way down, and I mean, it's been great to have somebody from the City of Medicine Hat engineering department participate for their expertise, but at what point do we say, we don't need you any longer if you're not going to financially participate? But like I said, we have made a presentation to the city mayor. I've tried to get into the City of Medicine Hat mayor. I can't get it. I've tried. I can't get in there. The answer we've kind of got is we've got our own problems internally, and they must participate.
They must forget where some of that water is coming through.
And I'm not so eager to let them off the hook because, the flats, it comes right through King Cooley and that whole part. But what they said from the beginning is they were getting funding for the dams that they built, the berms along the river, and they didn't want to jeopardize that funding by being part of this. So, I think hopefully we can get that audience. With the last mayor, we couldn't. That was his thing, was just that they're spending on the berms and they're not interested. But, that Seven Persons Creek comes right through there, and it has made trouble in the past. So I'm not sure, I don't buy that, you know, and I still want to, we're still pushing hard, but if any of you have contacts with that group that could get us at least a meeting with them, it would be helpful. Like we had a appointment and then it kind of faded away, I think, but yeah, I think this directly affects City of Medicine Hat. You know, that Seven Persons Creek goes right through there. And, you know, whether the golf courses are your jurisdiction or theirs, it doesn't matter, but the housing is all the way along. So I'm still going to push for that.
I think their berms are done now, so.
Yeah. I mean, this whole thing with all these counties involved and you know, the province likes that kind of stuff, right? Like their grant funding and everything. So if you can keep this group together and just keep doing projects, like show them it works, and that's the new model, and that's where counties and cities go to get funding, you know, it could be something, because drainage isn't going away. There's always going to be a problem. So, you know, hopefully we can show people how well it works and you know, make something out of it.
Michelle?
That was my question. With all the push for working regionally with your partners, if the City of Medicine Hat and the City of Lethbridge don't come on board, will that affect the funding we can get from the feds?
I'll let you answer that.
I can only speak to, in an effort to answer that, I can only speak to what is now, not necessarily the future, but it hasn't affected the live project now, right? We have both provincial funding and we have federal funding, so, and that was in large part due to the regional approach that's being taken, right? We have 8 or 9 municipalities currently involved in the initiative across all of southern Alberta, so I think it's helpful regardless at this point.
We've had meetings with both Glenn Motts and Shields, both at the same table, and they asked us to push to get Lethbridge on board, you know, and the City of Medicine Hat. So they know the importance of it, you know, and they know, you know, Shields was at the opening, grand opening and stuff. So they know about the project and the importance of drainage, you know, to the citizens that we represent, right? So I think we just got to keep pushing, but it's a little tough when councils change to try to keep the discussion current, I guess maybe is the way to say that. But you know, again, if we could get some help from you, if you know if you have some contacts with our city, I sure would jump at some type of meeting.
Robin?
Thanks, Gary. A couple of questions for you. With these, like the actual ditches and is there any hydroelectric generation in any part of this project at all? That's question number one. Number two is, I know that having conversations with Martin and with Glenn are good. I've been working with, for the last year and a half, Minister of Infrastructure, Dominic LeBlanc, on new funding models for the water, wastewater, and more specifically, adaptation and mitigation funding and how that's being flowed through to municipalities. And we started in our conversations tying resiliency into that adaptation and mitigation, because it's all about mitigating risk, right? But then you create this opportunity, which you've done by increasing the size of the reservoirs, and then we create economic stimulus now with that resiliency piece. And so we were working very closely on developing new funding models and streams for that. My sense is that the governing party would be willing to entertain and have conversations directly on this as well, because it fits right in with the language on the adaptation mitigation. And when I brought forward the resiliency component to that, it was met with real support, both from LeBlanc, Singh, even Lanceman, like when we were speaking with the Conservatives. Like, everybody understands that food security and water security is the most important right now. And so that's my second question. And if I may, maybe the third, with regards to it being difficult having political leaders leading the charge, makes it challenging, right? Because you have changes. What about hiring or creating through this governance structure, having a certain level of private sector that's actually running and managing, and then you just have the political side as the governance piece, so that it's not constantly going through new ideas that are coming in and changing the direction. It's actually executing and delivering, and then you're having the governing partners as partners at the table from a governance side, similar to what we do with our council stuff. So.
Want to take the governance one?
Yeah, I can start backwards with your third comment. I think I can't really speak to the private sector nuance that you noted there, but with respect to the purpose of establishing the governance structure, that's why, is that so you can have, one of the reasons, there's multiple reasons, but one of the reasons is to establish that continuity across councils, because right now it is for all intents and purposes an informal committee across 8 or 9 municipalities, right? So the MD of Tabor was just the lucky one to be asked to manage it, so that's what they've been doing for the last 10 to 12 years. But that is the driver behind establishing that governance structure, so that you can have some of that continuity, advocacy, and permanency behind the implementation of these 7 projects. The second question, I think a comment more so around the mitigation, adaptation, and resiliency.
Utilizing, because adaptation, mitigation have become the buzzwords when it comes down to water and wastewater funding in the new fiscal framework with the feds. And so when we introduced resiliency, it actually allowed us to take pipelines and water lines and irrigation and bring it into the conversation with, disaster relief funding and programs. And that I think is valuable more so when you're dealing directly with the ministry, and I can probably get you connected with LeBlanc's office. I think it'd be worthwhile. It's a monster project. They don't have stuff like that. They don't have representation down here, and as much as we have very good MPs down here, we still work in a partisan system, and having them on board, but also at the same time being connected with both Minister of Infrastructure, maybe even the Minister of Rural and Economic Development might be another good fit. That would get them down here to see what's being worked on. I know last year I spent a lot of time in Ottawa with the mayor of Iqaluit, was working on a $250 million water wastewater issue in Iqaluit, and 120 million, it sounds like a lot of money, but they're dropping $250 million on projects all the time. But if they haven't been down here specifically, it may be worthwhile kind of pushing and advocating to get somebody down to have a look.
Agreed. And then the first question about hydrogen.
Yeah, so, hydrogen, or hydroelectric, again, being a big part of SM is Iracan hydro generation. We had 3 plants going. They're not a short-term commitment. Like they're a 25-year pay down type deal if you can get a contract that will hold. Yeah, otherwise there's risk, on where the pricing is and stuff. Having said that, they were asked to look at incorporating a chute into the new Chin Dam west side, where right now we have conduits coming out with water, to look at the feasibility of putting that in as we're building the dam would be the opportune time to do it. So that's part of that study too, to see how that design would be and how much more, even if we didn't build it right away, if we could build the chute so that it's ready, if we needed to. Again, the turnaround on when that pays out is, I'm not sure how helpful that is to this project. Right, yeah.
As soon as you're tying in sustainable and green energy development, and hydroelectric is seen as a positive, it opens, everything is being gauged through that sustainability filter all the time. I think down here, because culturally speaking, we don't speak kind of through the climate change lens as freely as they do out east, but it's being measured and funding is being awarded based on certain criteria being met. And I I know that when Minister of Environment last time, I think it was 3 years ago, was named, she very specifically said that if you do not have an environmental policy or plan as a part of an infrastructure project, you will not get funding. And so to potentially tie in, some of those things, it could help. I know that any infrastructure that I've seen on the federal level in the last little while, it has to be a part of it. And even if it's just a small piece, we can educate them on what we're doing, because there's not a lot of this happening in Quebec. There's not a lot of this happening in Ontario. This is very much a southeastern, southwestern Alberta. Saskatchewan's doing more and more of it now as well. But there's also something unique about those areas. They're not real red, right? So as we can educate them, maybe we can also use a little bit of their language just so that they're hearing what we're saying. It's just a thought.
Well, I mean, it's good to know on the federal side, because you're never really talking to anybody there. You're filling out the grant, and you get it or you don't. And the other thing that is a little tricky on the federal side is as costs go up, they don't care. This is your money, and you absorb the rest. So, when you're closer to the project, the closer you are to building it, the more current you're going to have with those budgets. I will say that on the provincial side, though, Grant Hunter has been a huge advocate for this project, and he's basically been talking to him. He is part of the ag food corridor. Basically, there's no ministry there, but he's been put in that position. So, number 3, twinning, and for sure Chin expansion and that. Chin expansion basically directly brought the expansion of the potato plant, McCain's potato expansion. So stuff like that, and then even talking to Justin Wright, making sure that he knew how important that was, and I really talked to him about that, and he gets it. So provincially, Grant says these projects will get done. So whether budget-wise how that goes or whatever, I stop short of saying that there's risk to the municipalities in that they're going to come up with shortfalls, but they are very interested in getting these projects done.
Ken?
This question could be for Jack or Gary. Some of our upcoming projects have impacts with SMRD, like some of our bridges or bridge-sized culverts, multi-plates. 2 of them are currently being designed for upgrades. I guess for those ones and the ones, 5 years from now, if this is going on, do we have a good system in place now that can identify any potential upsizing or capacity changes for the design process, so that we do it right the first time?
So that's a drainage culvert then?
Could be drainage culvert, could be spillway crossing underneath the road. I don't know exactly where the infrastructure is, but
right.
Just looking at trying to identify, or if we have a system in place that the consultants are asking the right questions about this project, and are we planning for the future?
One thing that I don't know that we have ever put in place here in the county with SM, but there was a committee that's worked well in both Lethbridge and in Tabor, where the irrigation districts meet once a year with the councilors and make sure they know what projects are happening in each other's district. So that's maybe the political side of it, and then there's a good working group, which Jack probably can talk to more. So in the history of counties working with irrigation districts.
Yeah, we've worked with the irrigation districts. The MD actually had 3 irrigation districts in our municipality. It's now down to 2. I think we're the 3rd largest in the province for bridge files. Anything over 1.5 meter diameter is a bridge file. In the Horsefly Spillway project, we will inherit 6 new ones. 2 of them are existing. 4 of them will be brand new bridge files that over time will be the MD's responsibility and transportation, of course, 75-25, I believe the split still is. And the horsefly one, they're actually, some people wanted to go bridges. We decided to go with box culverts, 3.1 meter diameter box culverts, twin, because of the longevity. So anything within your municipality that like that would, if you expanded, of course, you would inherit the larger bridge file. With regards to the technical portion of it too, is we would like to get somebody from Cypress County on that technical committee. Right now, you don't have anybody on that, and we could sure use somebody.
Everybody's looking at you, Ken.
Sounds like I've been voluntold.
Sounds like it.
Can I just add one thing to the response of that particular question? From the design perspective on that live project being Horsefly, I guess the owner of the infrastructure down the road, so in this case the municipality, was absolutely consulted on that design side of things, right? So they were part of that, absolutely part of that process.
Back to the question about meeting with the irrigation districts, it would probably be well for you to arrange with SMRID to have an annual meeting where you discuss projects they're doing, projects you're doing, so you're kind of on, like Jack said, we had 3 irrigation districts. We meet with Bull River Irrigation District. It's in a couple of weeks, I think. And it used to be TID, Tabor Irrigation District. We met with them every year. And SMRID we don't meet with very often, but we've made arrangements to have an annual meeting with SMRID just for that very purpose, to discuss projects and what we're doing, what they're doing, and how we can work together to make things work better.
Makes sense, yeah.
Just so that maybe some of you don't know, but last year, the construction in your county here was over 23 million from SM. And this year, this winter, there'll be another 21 million going into those pipelines I was talking to you about and that. So, you know, I think a committee is warranted to make sure you guys know what's going on and that the communication goes both ways. Sure.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. Is there anything else? We have lunch coming in here in a few minutes, so you gentlemen are more than welcome to stay and join us for lunch.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to come and give you an update on the project and what we're doing. We think it's an important project for all of southern Alberta, Lethbridge to Medicine Hat, the whole corridor.
Yes, it is. All right, we will take a break till 12:30 for lunch. Oh, there's a couple of smokers that got to get out the door, so. I'll call the meeting back to order. Oh, you're trying to call me, eh? Smart ass. But yours was ringing before mine, so you, oh, there's a case of beer.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Nikki Gray. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Foundation of Southeastern Alberta, and this is Della Burkett, our Regional Development Coordinator. Many of you have seen us here before, and we appreciate the ongoing support that we receive from Cypress County, both through communications, social media, the $10,000 contribution that the county made to establish the Rural Community Fund for Cypress County. I don't necessarily want to start from the very beginning because most of you know everything. So if you want me to slow down or if you need me to take a step back, just let me know. So the Community Foundation, our mission is to make meaningful connections between donors and local charities for the permanent benefit of Southeastern Alberta. We were established in '92 by a local rancher by the name of John Ignatius, which many of you may know or recognize the name. He made an initial contribution of $25,000 in 1992 and then left the vast majority of his estate in excess of $2.4 million when he passed away in the year 2000. What's great about John is it wasn't that long ago that he passed away, so a lot of our stakeholders and donors know him and tell us stories all the time. We were just out at the Etzika Museum and we found a rope maker that he had given to the museum to post or to hold. So it's very inspiring to ensure that we are hearing from the donors that we're continuing his legacy. So how does the Community Foundation work? We don't actively fundraise in the community. We inspire people by telling our story, and hopefully they will want to be a part of that by giving to the foundation. We work with donors, and when they are ready to leave a gift, the donation is invested, and it's from the investment revenue that we are able to grant back out to charities across the regions. So that's what makes us unique from other charities, is that donations are never spent. They're there for perpetuity, to have a lasting legacy, to affect or to benefit the charities that the donors choose to have an impact on. So we invest them, we grant out the funding. We're about sitting at $1.2 million on average annually, and that's through the Community Foundation grant streams as well as the Government of Canada's granting streams that we partner with Community Foundations of Canada on. And then it continues. We also measure the impact that our grants have and do ongoing community assessment needs assessments on what are the most pressing issues or opportunities or gaps within each of the communities that we serve. I say each of the communities that we serve because Medicine Hat has taken we've been here for 31 years. It's taking a while to establish the rural funds, but also really dig deep into what the needs are in our rural communities. Last year, we started digging deeper into what those needs are in the rural communities. As you are I'm sure you're aware, the stats available on our rural communities is pretty much non-existent. So we are partnering with Verge Economics right now on a survey, and then we've also launched our vital signs survey for Southeast Alberta. Instead of Medicine Hat vital signs, it's Southeast Alberta. So all of the information and data will be collected and segregated by community. 2018, we did a feasibility study on the need and want of community funds within the rural regions that we serve. In 2019, we established 3 of those 4 funds, and in 2021, thanks to the help of the county, we were able to establish the Cypress County Community Funds. Each of these 4 community funds have a local advisory committee made up of residents who help us review local grant applications, but also are able to be our boots on the ground, our eyes in the community. They have the pulse of the community top of mind. So do you have a question? Prairie crocus is special areas 2, 3, and the MD of Acadia. So Oyen, Hannah, Empress. You're welcome.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Eyes in the community. It's, you know, when we first established these funds, the idea was that we thought the endowments would grow, they would skyrocket. It was providing an opportunity for residents to give where they live. All funds made, or all donations made to these funds stay in the community. But what's been even more inspiring is the impact that we've been able to have on the charities in these regions. So endowment building is a long game, and we've been only in these or areas with these funds for 3 years. We've been working with them for 31, but we have been in these areas for 3 years. And so it's going to take proof of impact before people are willing and able to make a contribution and for a buy-in. Rural communities are so good at tangible fundraising. And so if there needs to be a roof on the arena, they will fundraise and make it happen. When it's time to make a contribution to an endowment, they're like, what is this? So there's been lots of awareness, lots of community building and engagement. It's an ongoing battle, but ongoing opportunity, I guess, not a battle. We enjoy the connections that we make in the areas. We have 3 pillars. We grow, we give, and we inspire. Our endowment is not at 25 million, it's at 24 million. The state of the market isn't where we exactly like it to be right now. We do have a preservation of our capital, though, to ensure that those donations are never spent. But we can grow by engaging the donors with the causes that they are most passionate about. We also grow through the rural community funds, not only our endowment, but the impact. Agency endowments are an opportunity for local organizations to establish their own endowment funds for long-term sustainability of their own organization. We currently have 22 of those established with us. And then family philanthropy. We believe it's important that families think about philanthropy together, and a legacy doesn't need to begin with a bequest. It can happen today with your family around the table and being able to watch it grow together. We give through community grants, so that's a spring and fall grant cycle that we distribute approximately $300,000 through. We have scholarship funds for donors to be able to set up a scholarship for any type of criteria that they want. There's lots in Prairie Crocus. There's one out at St. Michael's. We have one set up in Brooks. Not a lot in the rural areas. A lot of them are going to Medicine Hat school graduates. So there's always an opportunity to grow there. Our Youth and Philanthropy program is an opportunity for schools to research their community's greatest needs, and then the charities that might be working to address those needs. We grant approximately $11,000 annually through that program. And our Community Impact Award is a $125,000 grant for an innovative project that would help lift the floor of the community. The most recent recipient of the Impact Award was the Brooks Farmers Market in Brooks. And then one of my favorite things about Community Foundation is that we have the ability to pivot in the time of need and emergencies. In the past, we have been able to reallocate our granting dollars to address the floods, the Fort McMurray fires, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Hatters Help Ukraine initiative welcoming evacuees from Ukraine. And finally, our third is we inspire. So that is our vital signs that I mentioned earlier. Each year we collect data and do an in-depth analysis on what the community's greatest needs are in each individual community that we serve. This helps guide our own funding, but we also share with municipalities and other levels of government to help ensure that they are aware of what gaps are missing and what gaps need to be filled within the communities. And my goal in the 2023 Vital science publication is to really highlight the gaps in our rural communities to ensure they don't continue to be underserved and underfunded. Board leadership, we are a part of Board Leadership Southeast Alberta by promoting board development opportunities for charities across the region. The Vital Peoples Award is two $500 professional development awards that go to volunteers or staff of charitable organizations. And community leadership and events. We are constantly looking for ways to collaborate or to convene partnerships. What's great about being able to support all of the charities, we often see opportunities for connection and collaboration with some of the projects to avoid any duplication of services. And we're Switzerland, we get to support them all. It's fantastic. Since 2021, Cypress County Community Fund has distributed $33,300, which I know doesn't seem like a lot, but it really is. There aren't a huge amount of nonprofit organizations in Cypress County. In that short period of time, we've been able to make a pretty big impact. There's a list of our valuable committee members there and some pictures. The most recent grant awarded through our community fund was the Dunmore Equestrian for their Heritage Gather, $5,000. Community foundations are only able to give to charitable organizations, school divisions, or municipalities, churches as well who have a CRA registration number. However, we work really hard to ensure that those who may be sole proprietors, like Avalon Equine, or nonprofits, grassroots organizations who might be volunteer ran, are able to have an opportunity for funding. We are able to do this through a declaration of affiliation, and the county has been very generous in partnering with some of these organizations to ensure that we're able to flow those funding out to the charities or charitable groups who might need it the most.
Please.
Just want to point out, see that picture up there of all those lovely people right underneath there? I see the Cypress County Council is on there. Just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Della. The Community Foundation gives people the power to give. Donors are able to choose any charity or any area of charity that they are interested in, and we can make it happen. Donors rule. My least favorite word is no. So if a donor comes with us with a non-traditional gift, I always say, yeah, let's look into it and we'll see what we can do. Whether it's because they are philanthropic or they are trying to avoid the tax man, we can make it happen for them. This is a map of our area. Green is Brookson District. Dark blue is Cypress County. 40 Mile is the light blue. And special areas 2, 3, and the MD of Acadia is Prairie Crocus. What I wanted to mention is that the rural endowment funds for each of the rural communities is not at a point where the communities can solely rely on the distribution from those funds. It would be great at one point that could happen, but the Community Foundation is for all of Southeast Alberta. So those funds and the distributions from those funds will never limit the communities on what they are eligible to receive through grants. And I had an update, which was vital signs. And we're also recruiting committee members of all types. So if you know of anybody or if you're interested, please let us know. We are looking for all types of age groups and then from across Cypress County. We have lots from Dunmore and area. And then I have a request. So we want to be able to work with the county to have greater impact. And we are looking for a $5,000 contribution to the Cypress County Community Fund annually for the next 5 years.
Okay. Any questions? Dustin?
So that $5,000 you're asking for, is that just going into topping the fund off from where it's lacking due to investment revenue?
sorry, the $5,000 would go to the capital of the fund. It would never be spent. It would add to the distribution annually.
What was that at now?
It's at about 30,000.
So with the endowments, the idea is that they go in, they never get spent, but you're using the revenue off of the generating of that. So my question is how does a fund like that curb against inflation? Are you trying to increase your overall endowment through investment and then taking maybe a percentage of that to do redistribution? Because I look at the next 10, 15 years, and I think that inflation is probably a bigger risk to you guys than finding people to give money from. So I'm just curious as to how you guys approach that.
Absolutely. And we are also faced with Government of Canada's increase in disbursement quota from 3.5% to 5%. I have lots of answers for you, but I'm going to start with our board and our finance committee have been working collaboratively with our investment manager to ensure they're looking at alternative strategies to help us not only grow the funds, but also protect our capital. We also have a policy on preservation of capital. So anytime that there is a excess funds at the end of our year, we take a percentage of that, and the board determines what that percentage would be. It's at least 50%. It would be spread across all funds to help protect on inflation and to preserve the capital. Luckily, we have distributed well over our disbursement quota over the last 10 years. So we have an influx of a few $1 million that we can, if we need to grant it 4% instead of 5% this year, we're able to do so to ensure that that capital is protected.
Other questions? Not seeing any. So we will discuss at a future date the ask that you have.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I hope you have a very quick meeting, and we'll see you at the Dunmore Equestrian groundbreaking on Thursday.
Yep.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thursday. Nah, I don't know. Does anybody know what time then? Okay.
I remember seeing it, but now I don't remember what time.
Kate, do we want to discuss what was just brought up, or do we want staff to bring that back at a future date on where the funds could come from? Or my first thought is it could come out of that aggregate cap levy. That's what it's supposed to be for, is for communities, right?
I think the cap funding was always meant to be for things that you could put signs on and placards basically saying that this is, wasn't that what it was? Like parks and paths and recreational stuff. I know that the Green Municipal Fund was something that FCM and the feds worked on, where there was a very large endowment that was given that actually allowed for revenue generation, and it was I'd be more curious to see what something like that from a county perspective would be, where we still own the capital, but we put it in and they can make profits on it. $5,000 a year is pittance. That's not a lot. It almost is, I don't know, it seems like too small, but I don't mind the idea of it, but let's do something that makes sense long term.
Dustin and then Blaine.
If we're looking for a motion, I'll just move for staff to bring back with some recommendations and where it comes from. That's the easiest, and then we'll deal with it then.
Yep. Did you have a comment, Blaine?
Well, I just had a question, I guess. So did she not say that, so was that 10,000 that we give, was that a one-time thing, or what was?
Yeah. We
That's
gave
what I
10
thought.
and they matched the 10 to open it up under.
To start it out, yeah.
Okay,
That
so-
was 2 years ago? 3 years ago
3 years ago.
already. Wow.
So we started out with 20,000 3 years ago, and since then there's been 10,000 more added from people
Okay.
donating.
And they fund things like the kids curling in Irvin. They funded that project. And I believe figure skating as well. Those are just two projects that I know of that.
They supplied some bikes for the,
Pardon?
they supplied some bikes for the kids' camp out in Elkwater. There's quite a few things they've done. With being on that, I can't remember them all, but it comes to us and we weed through and pick the ones that we want to do. And
Would council like us to ask them to provide kind of those, like, I know it's not a lot of money, but kind of what they've contributed to so far?
Nice to see.
Okay.
You can submit a formal request, maybe.
And then a written formal request probably too would be awesome. That would be helpful.
that's part of Dustin's motion. Any other questions on it? Vote.
Equestrian is Wednesday, June 28th at 4:15.
Okay, the equestrian is on June 28th at 4:15.
Not this Thursday.
Or
When
this
are the
Thursday,
open houses for the
4:15.
land use bylaw?
Next Thursday.
Okay.
Now, we'd like to invite Cypress County Council to our Community Ranch Arena groundbreaking ceremony, Wednesday, June 28th, 2023 at 4:15.
Next
p.m.
Wednesday, yeah.
Next Wednesday.
Yeah.
And also too, the MTV open house is Thursday.
Tomorrow in.
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon, and so if you'd like to stop by.
And Wednesday afternoon and Thursday evening, correct?
Thursday evening too, right?
That's correct.
Yes, please.
Thursday evening. I can't do that one.
You can't do Thursday evening?
No, I'm at the chuck wagons. I'm riding them. I'm chasing the horse. Oh, before you go, Shane wants to make another motion yet.
Oh, yes. I'd like to make a motion that our
CAO.
CEO appoint somebody to the board or the technical division of the group that was just in here, the Spillway Committee. Yeah,
That'll work for you?
will that work?
Everybody good with that?
But we can't recommend it.
We can't recommend our employees though, so.
Yep.
Okay. Nobody from here.
Jeffrey used to sit on it.
Oh, yeah, he did, didn't he?
Ernest was on it, I was on it, then Ernest was on it, and I'm back on it, and then Jeffrey was always the one who was on it.
And I think that Ernest was on, like, he sat on the technical part, I believe. Because he came back and was talking about timelines and how much.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think, I was trying to, when they said there wasn't anybody, I was like, But, no, we'll get somebody on it. Yeah, yeah, they're in like the governance, working with all the governance stuff, they're good. Like, they're really good.
I'll make that motion.
Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. All right. Need a motion to go in camera. Keith? Vote.